Muy buenas, chavales, y bienvenidos a este nuevo directo. Hoy os traigo un nuevo juego, es un RPG, así estilo fantasía. Y nada, espero que os guste porque yo la verdad que tengo muchas ganas de pillarlo por banda. Y nada, vamos a esperar un poco a que llegue alguien, a un poco de gente y comenzamos, ¿vale? Muy buena, Reina Lenia. Este es el nuevo juego que traigo. Se llama Bastion. Es un juego muy chulo, y es más, la verdad que es mucho más menos que el anterior, que el Vandalgea, y es más cortito. La verdad que eso es lo bueno también, que es más corto. Y nada, si se corta algo el directo me lo vais diciendo, ¿vale? Ya puede empezar. A ver. Bueno. Tin, tin, tin. A ver, modo normal y ya está.
Proper story is supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded on a rock in the sky. He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble. Ground forms up under his feet as it pointing the way. He don't stop to wonder why. Finds his lifelong friend just lying in the road. Well, it's a touching reunion. He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. In the calamity. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a gas fella, forced out from underground. Kid pops him good. Fella got a piece of him, though.
Si os fijáis parece la voz del Nuken. Por aquí.
An old repeater falls out of the sky. Ain't a gift from the gods, but it'll have to do. And then he falls to his death. I'm just fooling. Kid's worked up quite a thirst by now, so that fountain looks real inviting. Sometimes you just need a drink. A school of squirts tunnels up around him. Must have fled here from the mines. Kid finds a memento from a girl he knew. Always used to fancy her. It's a wonder the old saloon's still standing. He sets foot inside one of Zealandia's famous watering holes. Ronnie always wanted his ashes scattered here. Then Kid finds his trusty shield.
Vale, ya tenemos el escudo. Para defender. Ah, vale.
The security takes him for a petty thief. Clang. Shield saves his hide. Windbags start turning up for last call. More squirts start coming out of the woodwork. A big old fella pops out in front of the kid. Them windbags are playing for keeps. Kid sees the way to the Bastion out the window. It's a bit of a drop. He gets a good look at things on his way down. He lands on top of a breaker's bow, and it ain't broke. Kid spies a good perch for some target practice. He knows he should draw the string all the way back. Good news is the emergency defenses still work. Bad news is they're aiming for the kid. Picks up a few pointers from a dusty old tome. He's a mighty fast learner. Kid better watch his step. He finds the distillery right next to the arsenal. Tough part of town. One sip of the spirits in that distillery, and the kid'll feel like a new man. The arsenal's where the kid can pick the best tools for the job.
El arco. Y aquí el martillo. Torbellinos.
Some of them squirts birthing like crazy in a couple of corn bins. old ferry barge sends the kid on his way.
Me cago en la
The
hostia.
Bastion's real close now. Kid takes a chunk of alloy. Smell of barley and spoiled blueberries fills the air. Scumbags. Kid maybe shouldn't have done what he just did.
Joder. Vaya ya.
Bad time to run out of black tonic. Robs a scumbag of his last meal. Kid puts him out of his misery. He finds the core to the wharf district. He steals the city's heart. Might as well. Kid has a feeling you better get a move on. The place is starting to fall.
Coño, burro.
See, that core Kid took was the only thing making this particular rock stay afloat. Kid just keeps running.
No, 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 no. Es que se va cayendo el...
At last, the skyway's in sight. Whisks him where he needs to go. Now the kid sees something stranger still. His mind races. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds another. He finds me. We talk for a spell.
Bastion de la ciudad, núcleo, procesador. Bueno, pregunta que se representa la ciudad. El pesador de cristal. El blasón.
just like that, the Bastion comes alive. Starts growing again, growing stronger. Kid's gotta put its power to good use. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown.
¿Os está gustando el juego o qué? Vale, tengo que ir abriendo los caminos y de momento solo he abierto este.
Kid ponders what to build.
Cimientos. Plano del Bajo y olvidar la oración para mejorar la capacidad.
The Bastion's a place of peace, but we can hold our own if we have to.
Aquí tengo el martillo.
Ain't much Kid can't handle with hammer and bow in hand.
Y va bien el directo que se corta mucho, porque antes ha dicho Isaac que se cortaba. O era una broma de él, me imagino.
Kid don't know what's out there waiting for him. The Skyway. Now the kid can ride the wind to distant lands.
Campo de pruebas. A ver, vamos a ir aquí. Buenas, Teddy. Está por aquí Elisa diciendo que vamos a ver el
intersection between bad and wrong.
Ya. Tengo aquí a los perros peleando. Oye.
Ought to be a core down one of these twisted streets. But which one?
Vamos a ir por ahí. No, vamos por ahí.
Up north is where the gas fella foreman used to live, tending to his flock. No white gas fellas all dress alike. Kids wondering the same thing. Keeps telling himself he better watch his step. And there it is, but it's locked down tight in an alloy cage. A blustery old foreman's keeping his fellas in check, almost like he's showboating for the crowd.
¿Pero qué pasa? ¿Qué paliza tú?
Kid ain't about to pass out in the middle of the workman ward. And now there's a new marshal in town.
La descripción tomolona.
He hears the whole place groan, but it's too tough to fall. Might as well check the other side streets before leaving this hole.
Vale, aquí ni nada, ¿no? ¡Ah! Me caí. Joder, es que ver cómo reparten, ¿eh? Tengo que curarme. A ver, por aquí.
He heads for the biggest dump in town, Scumbag Alley. Some scumbag still feeding off the city's own trash. And there he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel. The Calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition. Shame old Gershel can't float like when he was a young fella. Try as he might, the workman Ward gets the better of him. Time to get what he came for and get on out.
Joder, pues sí que cuidado, macho. Vale, tengo que ir hasta
Up
aquí.
north is where the gas fella foreman used to live, tending to his flock.
Ah. Vale, este.
And there it is, but it's locked down tight in an alloy cage. A blustery old foreman's keeping his fellas in check, almost like he's showboating for the crowd. And now there's a new marshal in town. He hears the whole place groan, but it's too tough to fall. Might as well check the other side streets before leaving this hole.
Voy a curarme por aquí.
He heads for the biggest dump in town, Scumbag Alley.
Coño.
Some scumbag still feeding off the city's own trash. And there he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel.
Vamos a romper esto primero. Si no me van a romper.
The Calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition.
Muere.
They always said old Gershel wouldn't go without a fight.
¿Qué?
The rest of the path is gone for good, and his city crest won't bring
Ah,
it
pues por aquí
back.
no es.
He heads for the east side, where windbags used to keep the local forge.
¿Sí? ¿Os va mal entonces? Es que pasa una cosa, es que lo que pasa es que cuando cambio la ventana el juego se queda parado. Mira, por ejemplo, ahora se va a quedar parado. Sí, ahora el juego se queda parado. Por ejemplo, ahora tiene que estar parado. Justo cuando esto. Y ahora tiene que estar yendo. Es cuando cambio la ventana para ver lo que estáis escribiendo. Espérate, voy a hacer una cosa. A partir de ahora yo creo que ya debe de ir
Somehow
bien.
that old forge is still standing. Inside the forge, Key can fine-tune those instruments of his.
A partir de ahora yo creo que ya debe de iros bien. A ver, la forja.
Kid's lifelong friends looking fit to keep on fighting.
Vale, y ahora... Es que ahora lo he puesto de una manera que os puedo leer y puedo seguir jugando. Es que cuando ponía la ventana en YouTube a ver qué escribíais, el juego se quedaba parado.
Odd place to find the likes of Percy the Snitch. Never much cared for that big wide grin of his.
No sé lo que tengo que hacer ahora. Coño. No, pues por aquí no es.
No white gas fellas all dress alike. Kids wondering the same thing.
A ver. Creo que aquí ya he hecho todo lo que tenía que hacer. A ver, voy a volver.
He heads for the squirt steps. Won't be no field trip this time.
¿Ve cómo corren?
Scumbag can digest just about anything. Except for this. It's quick for slicing and light enough to throw. Kid's ready to go, and his ticket out's right where he started.
Para cuchillar. Oh, qué guapo. Sí, es RPG plataforma. Algo así. ¿Cómo reparte esto?
They say even the most rambunctious squirts can be tamed. Squirts don't make the best of friends, but they can be useful.
¿Y este que me va a ayudar o qué? Ah, esto me ayuda. Con corazón. Bueno, pues por aquí ya está.
Them squirts just don't know when to quit.
Sí, es de PC. Me lo compré
He comes
a
back, just
un
like
par
I
de
knew he
meses.
would.
Estaba bastante
Core
barato,
hums in his pack. The monument's calling for it.
pero está para la Xbox, para la Xbox One, para la PlayStation. Está para un montón.
The windbags used to be alright. Then the Calamity took the floor out from under him. Kid does it again. Only fair he decides what we build next. All I tell him is to set that core of his on the monument there. Then watch.
A ver por ahí, a ver.
A lot of
aquí tengo la
things need
forja.
fixing up in this world, and we can start right here.
Vale, ya tengo la forja, tengo lo otro.
Picked up traces of other cores while the kid was out.
A ver, ah, aquí abajo que hay. El crisol. Vamos a ir aquí.
In better days, the melting pot was sealed tighter than the skin on a squirt.
Te di a que el narrador parece el del Duke Nukem.
Of all the plans to survive the Calamity, it had to be stab weeds. Blasted things hurt like a broken heart. If there's a core, he figures it ought to be deeper down.
Vale, dame que esto es...
Core stuck inside one of those fancy cages. Some of the stuff lying around is downright dangerous.
Para utilizar las minas. Uf.
No breaking a cage like that, but the kid tries anyway. Gotta find a way to spring it open. He throws a switch. Now what could possibly go wrong? Quite a bit, as it turns out. The cage starts lifting from the core ever so slow.
Dinero, dinero, dinero.
All Kid can do is wait. Shipments start falling in.
Ah, digo.
Not every squirt's born bad. Some spring to the kid's defense. Judging by the movement of the cage, it's gonna take a little while.
cómo me ayudan los bichos esos,
Scumbags don't take kindly to interlopers. Even some gas fellas take his corner. Heard him pop that mean old foreman. At this rate, maybe 5 more minutes, maybe 30. Hard to tell. Squirts get real territorial around the core. Then a shipment of free samples shows up. One thing's for sure, that cage is awful heavy. It's a troublesome scene to be sure. Left, and the core goes free. 10, 9, 8, 7. Give or take a few seconds. Finally, the core's within reach. And done.
La que salía nuevamente.
He's got it. Just gotta get to the nearest barge.
¿Y ahora qué? Ahí. Ah, por ahí.
I still remember the look on his face after that one. There's a bit of the Bastion's power in that crest, enough to point the way to the cores. I try to let the kid down gently. This is the Bastion, all right, except no one else showed up. Folks voyaged across the boundless sea to found Calamidad. It was good living here for a while. The old world's finished, but the new world's just getting started.
Una destilería. A ver.
Makes time to sample spirits from my personal supply.
Vale, aquí tengo cosas para equipar. A ver, prioridad de golpe crítico.
Where whiskey has no scent, but tastes like a peppered boot heel, it's not for everyone.
Vale, pues seguimos. Y ahora vamos a ir... Rancho de... Aquí.
Windbag Ranch was built for gathering squirt extract in copious supply. Ain't nothing more healthful. Some folks showed up to make a fast buck with nothing but a knife. Other folks came to train their throwing arms.
¿Tengo que matarlo?
Place gets awful slick sometimes. Slippery little devils.
Ah, se escapan. ¿Cómo corren? No me da tiempo.
Still others use the place to test their finest blades.
A ti. Joder, macho. Joder, macho. Queda uno.
Kid cuts all of them down soon enough.
Normal, macho. Vale, ya. Vale.
Kid comes back from Windbag Ranch, smelling good and ripe.
Ah, mira para cambiar el tiempo.
Ain't always much to say.
Este ya lo he hecho. Ah, era como una prueba. Ah, vale, aquí. ¿Dónde está? Vale, aquí.
Couples used to walk the sundown path. Kid ain't here for pleasure, though. But then, somebody gets to the core before the kid. The floor starts giving way under the lightest step. A single panic squirt could bring the whole place down. So could a reckless kid, for that matter. Fragments of the old world rain in the sky. Well, the path ain't exactly open to visitors no more. Security's all fired up. Quick and careful is the only way to go.
Joder. Venga, abrimosla. Joder.
See, the path was intended for leisurely strolling and such. Sky bridges link the path together. One of them bridges whips the kid along. Air travel always was an iffy proposition. The Calamity changed everything, even where the wind blows. Well, if we mastered the winds in the old days, we can do it again. But the question is, who else could have taken the core? Well, ain't no survivor stole the thing. Scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break. Unlike the kid, that core ain't coming back. No, they used to ship live munitions down the path. Find time to find them. He's wise to toss those things plenty far away. Even gas fellas need some shut-eye from time to time. They get real cranky when you wake 'em up. In all his toil, Kid keeps coming back to an overwhelming question. Who else could have survived the calamity? So he didn't find the core that time, but that ain't about to stop us. The dead welcome him with open arms. The calamity took everybody after all. Kid sees it plain, frozen faces all around. You don't much care to see him. Not like this. These folks never saw the calamity coming, but someone did. Someone close. Someone who ain't like Mr. Beckley and his kindly wife. It was someone like him. Kid sees him there agape, in the flesh. It's a snag or two trying to get to him. He ain't about to stop, no matter what. He's got so many questions after all. Just ain't got time for answers. The Thunder brothers didn't make it. They never saw what it was like beyond the walls. Nordy the bird boy didn't make it. The Jawsons, they didn't make it. Grady Sr., Grady Jr., they didn't make it. But him, he survived. Kid finds proof enough that man ain't from around here.
Oh, me caí.
Just think, without that man, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? The core survived as well. Kid does what he has to do. What do you say to a man who's seen too much? Kid hasn't a clue, but he says this. We have to go. Please. He's a proper gentleman, that man. His name is Zolf. No hiding he's an Ura. Folks like him ain't never been a common sight in Caelondia. He's relieved to see a living face or two. The kid and I introduce ourselves in kind, both to him and to each other, for the first time. For Zolf, Caelondia was like a second home. He's real worried about his first home, too, far to the east. We fought the Ura decades ago, but that was then. Things are different between us now. The cores, they remember. That's why this place is coming together. That's why things are gonna be all right. We all lost loved ones in the Calamity, he says. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without mine. He was born in the Tazzle terminals. The Ura sent him on a mission of peace to our city, and he's lived here ever since. Well, look what we have here. The memorial. Here, a kid can pay respect to the old world and earn it in kind. The valediction. Just another one of my sketches. Nothing more. Words can't express what happened, but they're all I got. We tracked down a couple more cores near the edge of the city.
Se está poniendo negra, ¿no? El narrador. Sí, la verdad que pone un poco nervioso, el narrador este. A ver. ¿Os está gustando el juego o qué? Vamos a ver aquí. Un poco Barry White. La verdad que
no
sí.
use praying to the gods these days. No time for it either.
Lo malo es que está todo el rato hablando, tío. Está todo
Kid says a
el
little
rato
prayer
hablando.
anyway. Couldn't hurt, right?
se calla,
Folks
tío.
used to make pilgrimage here to pay their respects to Pith, the bull. Well, the gods are long gone now. And the orchard core is long gone too.
A ver, esto qué es.
Seems Pith ain't much of a watchdog.
Que me da- Eso se va a despertar. A ver.
Kid gives that old bull what's coming to him.
No se calla, no se calla.
The gods don't care about trinkets, but the kid ain't no god. Pith stood for something once. Something real.
Bueno, es un juego cortito, la verdad. Dura poco.
In
Dura
time,
entre
though,
4 o
the
5
bull
horas, más
stopped
o
being a
menos.
symbol
Según he
and
mirado.
started being decoration. He couldn't even save his loyal subjects.
Pero me está pareciendo muy repetitivo, el juego, la verdad. Está muy chulo y eso, pero
Pith
no,
makes a
no sé,
decent
no me termina a mí de
scarecrow at least.
convencer. Está siendo demasiado repetitivo todo el rato. Mira, a ver, lo sabía que esto se
Pith lights up like a rodeo. Ain't easy
Es que
punching through
Dios,
his
mete
hide.
eso.
Kid breaks him to bits. Must have been guarding that shrine. So what'll it be? Invoke the gods?
Mira,
Or tell them
dioses.
off? Pith.
Los enemigos creen. A ver. Dios de la conmoción del orden. Los enemigos crecen más rápido para moverse y atacar. El tono del despertar, pero adorna la muralla. Bueno, lo vamos a invocar. Aunque...
Kid decides to press his luck.
¿Verdad? ¿Qué he hecho? Ahora pegan
If
más.
the gods are alive, they must be plenty sore.
Toma un chico.
Kid ain't never seen windbags that quick. Maybe old Pith put a scare in him.
He invocado al bicho ese, el dios ese, y ahora esto se ha puesto hooligan perdido.
Kid passes Pith's trial, and he's richer for it.
Se va corriendo. Está por aquí, a ver. ¡Uy! Va de puntillas.
Kid ain't found a core, but at least he found Zolf's precious
Está un
shrine.
rato callado, A ver, ¿esto dónde me lleva? No. Quiero seguir.
Pith Orchard. Place is a dead end in more ways than one.
No me lleva a ningún lado. Bueno. Está curiosa.
Now we can build a shrine of our own, though I got some alternatives in mind.
Vale, ya puedo construir otro templo. A ver.
Zolf doesn't touch the thing. Says the god of commotion is no children's toy.
A ver, ¿dónde lo podemos construir? Aquí abajo. No, mira. Anda.
Turn him round and round all you like. Pith's still gonna be ugly.
Este es un base. Vamos aquí, a ver, cartel de prueba. Aquí.
There's only one way in the cinder brick fort. The hard way. Sure, the city marshals may be gone, but now the fort's crawling with windbags.
Esto me huele a jefe. A vos.
The calamity was mercy for normal folks. The windbags ain't so lucky.
Bueno.
They've been left to freeze or starve, or face the kid. Well, windbags young and old keep fighting for the fort. At least the marshals left the kid a parting gift.
Vale.
Something the windbags just can't handle. Something that'll punch clean through their greasy hides.
Una escopeta.
Windbags ain't much different from normal folks. All they want's a warm place to stay and a decent meal. The Calamity drove the windbags topside. A lot of them wound up here in this very fort. Could have been minding the business underground like in the old days. Windbags can't use the marshal supplies, but the kid sure can.
La voy a cambiar. Granada de mano, escudo espejo, mina. Reclamo aspirante. Me gusta más reclamo. ¿Qué ha pasado?
As for the windbags, Cinder Brick gave them enough heat and metal to munch on for a while. Well, the fort ain't theirs by right. Can't blame them for wanting it, though. So many of those sorry things holed up inside that old fort. Kid's got a squirt lure at the ready in case things turn sour. Security's plane gone haywire. Windbags gummed up the works. Kid ain't afraid of getting burned. They trapped the kid in the middle of the force parade grounds. Then they bring out Glutus and Glandon and all their scumbag uncles. They got something to gain, and only their sorry hides to lose. Kid takes down Glutus. Maybe it was Glandon. The other big fella soon joins his brother, wherever they are now. The windbags finally get the message. Kid used to dream of getting a marshal's badge, but not like this. The Skyway's a welcome sight after all that. And now ain't nothing left for nobody down at Cinderbrick Fort. Kid shows up just as Zulf's telling me about his own journey to the city. The marshals seem like good men, he says. They treated him with dignity. Zulf brought his antique smoking pipe all the way from the terminals. Seems the only thing the Calamity saved for Zulf was his smoking pipe. Poor kid collapses after just one drag.
¿Qué ha pasado?
The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past is history. The past catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie.
Es como una especie de modo supervivencia o algo así.
He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Caelondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either.
¿Me van a matar?
So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years.
Ah, me caí.
In the history of Caelondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself. Learn to build. Learn to break. time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back.
¿Esto cuándo acaba?
Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him.
Venga ya, otro más. Y me cae. Qué va ahora. Bueno, es imposible.
What was that
Sí,
saying?
muerto.
Anyway. Will it finally arrived at Zealandia's vaunted safe haven? He and no one else.
Madre mía, chaval.
Wait, where was I? But then, all I got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name.
Esto no acaba, Bueno.
Sure, I may be the one who dreamt up the walls and the Bastion, but the kid made them real, not me. I'd like to say I'll never forget him, or what he's doing, what he's done. I surely would.
Menos mal, madre mía, chaval.
Zolf's travels ain't much compared to what the kids had to go through for all this. Behold, the Pantheon. Even since the Ura surrendered to us, the Marshals kept a wary eye on him. The Ura feared the gods. We turned them into toys, put their faces on our walls. War machetes are so quick, you gotta keep a good grip on them. Turns out those old bones still have some spark in them. Anything survives a musket shot ought to be quick work for that blade. The Gravers, the arm of justice. They seemed unstoppable.
A ver, ¿dónde podemos ir ahora? Campo de pruebas. Núcleo localizado. ¿Qué ha pasado? El núcleo localizado.
The Langston River flowed free and wild till the Calamity drank it all up.
A ver.
Maybe all that water just grew wings and flew off. Riverbanks swarming with windbags. They're so bent on finding the core, they hardly notice a kid. Lucky for him, a certain famous ferry barge is still afloat. Nellie. She sends some squirts crying home as she leaves port. Maybe Nellie knows the way to the core. Maybe she can slip right past all the clamor on the coast. Or maybe not. A security skiff pulls up portside. Nellie's just another windbag with those guns. Just then, the windbags notice who she's sailing with. They're pretty steamed about what happened at Cinderbrick. They try to cut her off. They try to slow her down. They try to knock her out. Well, Weepin' Nellie tries harder. Try as she might, though, she hits a snag. Kid's gotta help her get untangled. Favors for favors. At least she picked a good spot for a break, because the core's right there. Then the kid hears an unusual sound, like 100 flapping wings. Peckers. They had their own eyes on the core, but why? Well, kid ain't got time to think it over just yet. finds Weeping Nellie raring to go. Turns out she's got a special surprise for when the waters get rough. She's gonna need a little help with all them peckers. Crafty things think they're king of the roost now. Rest of us only wish we could fly in times like these. Security skiffs keep on coming starboard side. Don't seem to care what they shoot, as long as they hit something. The windbag's getting even better idea. They aim to smash Weeping Nellie to splinters. Well, it all proves too much for poor Nellie.
Muy buena, Juan. No te había visto.
She's just gotta make one last stop. With her last breath, Nellie gets the kid to solid ground. Solid ground in Pecker country. They want that core real bad. Might be they want it just as bad as a kid. Kid shoos them off, knowing they'll be back. Know how many times Kid nearly fell off the barge back there? A good couple of times. Now, listen close. You should remember this next part. Why go to Prosper Bluff? Used to take an enterprising man or a plain old fool to venture out that far. The city was the most beautiful place in the world. We all knew that. But on the other hand, some folks just yearn to see the things they're told they can't.
¿Qué pasó? Mierda.
And that's why you go to Prosper Bluff, ain't it? There the kid hears something he ain't heard in a long while. How's it go again? Yeah, that's the one. Sorry to interrupt. Well, no point explaining what happens next, right? Suffice it to say, kid ain't coming home empty-handed. And besides, it's like the song goes. They'll be here before too long. We darn near celebrated when the kid got back, didn't we? Zolf never thought he'd see a fellow Ura again. We become fast friends. Calamity has that effect on people. I dig my hole, you build a But there was more to be done. There was one last core to find. A scientific journal written in Zolf's native tongue. He learned so much from it. Too much. If only I'd known half the secrets of the Calamity were tucked away in that book, I'd have worked to translate it right away. Kid's surprised when I tell him there's only one core left. I shouldn't have believed it either. Most of the Ura never got a taste of Caelondia's fine goods, unless they were born and raised in the city like Zia here. Girl tried to run away from home one time, but the marshals stopped that, didn't they? So many secrets in there and she can't even read it. Her father's own journal. The lost and found. Here, kid takes fragments of the old world and makes them whole again. All it takes is some fragments, and the Bastion makes it good as new.
Nada. Estamos a tope.
Zolf offers to help me plot the skyways for the kid. At least the Calamity hasn't touched the stars, he says. We could always see the stars. We just never could reach them, no matter how high we built. Sure, the world's all gone to pieces farther than the eye can see. But leave it to this gal to point out the amazing view.
Ya los tenemos
We
todos.
track the final core beyond the city to the wilds. The wild unknown. Place can eat a man alive. Place is so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it. Know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight? Having two.
Vean las pistolas.
Savage things lurking at every turn. Kid's faster than a slinger with those guns.
Joder, pues sí que jodido eso, ¿no?
Pecker's got the core, like they're building a bastion of their own. The welcoming committee screams to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. They shouldn't have let their guard down. Getting that core was one thing. Getting out's gonna be another. He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight. Wallflowers survived the Calamity. It toughened him up. Same goes for the kid. By now, kid's got more needles in him than a stab weed. Best take it real slow when pincushions are afoot. A handful of windbag shipments made it out this far. Kid's seen the last of them. Don't ever turn your back on a pincushion. Kid's roused up half the wilds by now. Jawson's boys left all kinds of stuff out here. Slinger Jawson's old outpost is all that's left of him. Kid sticks to his old standbys. Then Kid gets the feeling he's being watched. Not by me, by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of two-legged animals. Hit him anywhere but the hindquarters and you only make him mad. Wild green vine apples about the only good thing out here. The Wild's already reclaimed this place. He's anxious to get back. After all, he's got the final core. His journey's over, right? Well, no, it ain't. Not by a long shot. Kid knows something's up when we ain't there to give a warm welcome. See, Zolf and I were just wrapping up a heated discussion. Zolf can barely muster the words. The calamity failed, he says, but I will not. And with that, Zolf leaves us here, alone. When Zolf got through reading that journal, he just snapped. Started smashing up the monument till I tried to stop him. Zolf cursed the city, cursed the Bastion, cursed me, said he was going home. Zolf banged up the monument pretty bad. But there's a way to put her back together. The shards. We're gonna need all of them to nurse the Bastion back to health. Finders keepers. If you're feeling low, count on the buttery flavor of our own Bastion bourbon. The city brought the shards to the wilds. Now the kid's gonna bring them back. After Zolf's little episode, Kid sets off in search of shards. First stop, Jawson Bog. You'll get lost in that bog, I told the kid, and I won't be able to guide you back. Well, I let him go. What else could I do? What could any of us do? Zolf put us in a real bind. Hurt the Bastion bad. But the shards can make it better. They're like smaller doses of the core's medicine. Shame the only place to fill that prescription is out here in the wilds. This place is intoxicating. Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good for all I know. Wherever he is, somewhere I've never been, somewhere I never want to go. Kid can't fall, no matter how hard he tries. The dead welcome him with open arms. Kid pops him good. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf of Ura. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, vine apples, swamp weeds, ankle gators. Now the Bastion can send him even farther, into the wild unknown. Kid sets foot inside one of Celandia's famous watering holes.
Te resultó.
The security's just an empty street. Succeeds where the Calamity failed. Would you look at what he did to poor old Ronde the bartender? Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. It's so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world's alright, snoozing there on a rock in the sky.
¿Ahora qué pasa?
He sees what's left of the rippling walls, years of work undone in an instant. He wakes up. I'm just fooling. He sees what's left of Pith, the bull, the gods. They're all undone.
Un poco rayado.
He sees what's left of his lifelong friend. His friend, he's come undone too. He sees what's left, undone.
Es que me está mandando a cada pantalla que ya he pasado por aquí. No sé ni lo que tengo que hacer ahora. Qué juego más raro, madre mía.
Thought we'd lost him, but he finally comes to. The shard ain't lost either. Not anymore. Now to find a ticket out of this hole. Bootlickers dig their nasty thorns into his heels. Disgusting things. Ever heard of a lung blossom? It's bigger than the stories say. The breath on that thing, like a scumbag sprung a leak. They say one whiff of lung blossom can make you lose your mind. Well, a kid brings it down the side somehow. Hard to get a sure footing in the bog. Mother only knows what happened in the bog. Kid never much cared to speak of it. A shard is like a poor man's core, but beggars can't be choosers. That's it. A few more shards like that, and we'll be back in business. A single shard can breathe new life into this place. Come on, give the little tyke a break. The shard's got enough juice to spruce up any of these places. Stay absinthe is like drinking a cool breeze. Just don't go spitting needles everywhere. The city tried to use the shards to stake out the wilds. So much for that plan. Ankle gators used to roam the wilds, and they nested at Rothes Lagoon. Many a tale folks used to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts we don't know up from down, still lurking about. These beasts, they don't like company. Only the city's brushers knew their way around the lagoon. Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. They called her Queen Anne. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. The lagoon's got plenty of other dangers, of course. Know what smells worse than an ankle gator's breath? A stinkweed. Can't fight Queen Anne without the proper tools. Ain't time for pecker hunting, but the kid can't resist. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Kid's got a mean throwing arm. Those pin cushions been living off the ankle gator scraps. Queen Anne can't fit down some of these narrow paths. Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass and he's Queen Anne's lunch. He holds his ground. Seems the Queen's running out of options. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. Those leaping lunkheads don't like Queen Anne any better than the kid. That old gator's right on his tail. Bad idea to walk in gator grass. Queenie must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Seems even stinkweeds know to stay away from the Queen. Queen's got one mean bite. Ankle gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around. Wanna know how to find an ankle gator lair? They use a kid as bait. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. The shard's sitting in plain view. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. She's starting to get annoyed. And now he's made her mad. Rest in peace, Queen Anne. That was for the brushers. Kid's done what needed to be done. Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel. All that trouble for a single shard. But you know what? It was worth it. That gator's a crazy gal, but so's the gal who promised to look after her. The memorial may be finished, but our part is far from over. They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't. Want to keep the wilds at bay? Pack yourself a musket and a pike. To fix a brusher's pike, you just need a good length of knife bark. You want to tune a scrap musket, you start with the barrel. The marshals learn to pack those shells full of fire. The next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. Know how Caelondia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine. If the wilds could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. But now, the greatest outpost past the city line is nothing but a freak show. The army's triggers once had the place on lockdown. Kid might as well pick up where they left off. Blam! Just like my fighting days. Gun like that can even put the wilds in check. Point Lemaine's seen better days for sure, but it ain't done. Whole place shudders in a fit. The grand rail of Point Lemaine. Not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks. Grand rails all grown over with things the Calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf. lets a few of them slip by. Lunkheads settled in like they own the place. Takes fancy footwork on the rail, but with wallflowers coughing fungus everywhere. Place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple. Of course, the Grand Rails seen much more fighting in bygone times. Near on 50 years ago, first shots fired in the Ura-Ceylonian War. It was right here that Zolf's Ura forefathers decided to mix it up. Okay, so maybe we didn't get their sign-off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad. The rail must have shook the Ura to the bone down in those dens of theirs. Well, the rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for him, though. All the rotten wood there on the rails turned it into swamp weed central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath? While choking on swamp weed? While peckers trying to prick you in the eye? Well, let me tell you, it ain't fun. But then, at last, it's the end of the line. He'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days. Turns out he's got company up at the rail station, waiting for him. Not just another wallflower or pincushion, mind you. At first, he thinks it's Zulf. Turns out he's wrong. This is for you, says the man. Then wham. When the kid comes to, the man's long gone, but something else is there. Well, what's a kid to do? He took the shard, he took the hit, and he took that note. That note cuts straight to the heart of things, don't it? It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place. Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get. The note says it plain. Zia, go east to learn the truth about the Calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zulf. Seems the gods recommended this place to all their friends. Zulf's messenger was one of his people. Wondered just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zulf told him. Can't be too careful these days. Hearty punch is so zesty, it'll let you carry on through the worst of times. Not everything blew up in the Calamity. Why, Colford Cauldron here blew up way ahead of its time. The cauldron boiled over some 300 years ago. They say it filled the skies with ash and the lakes with molten rock. If you wanted to survive something like that, you had to learn to adapt. So in a way, the beasts of the wilds, they're all survivors too. As for us, we learned an awful lot from Colford Cauldron. That learning led to some interesting inventions. The raw power of the world fell right into our hands. Playing with the cauldron's fires became an addiction. Sure, we dusted off a good many secrets out here. But we discovered other things we're better off not knowing. The taste of air so hot it sticks to your lungs. Best to keep out of the cauldron. All sorts of awful things crawling underfoot. You can cook those things, but you can't eat them. Never thought we'd find so much life in all that ash. We kept on sifting through the cauldron's secrets anyway. The more ash we swept aside, the more life we found. Place as inhospitable as they come. But still, we pressed on. After all, when we looked down inside Colford Cauldron, looked down through all the smoke and flames. We saw in there the heart of the world, the heart now laid bare by the calamity. We had to have it. As for the kid, he just has to get that shard out of there. Too bad taking that thing woke up every last stink eye from here to Johnson Bog. Kid's thinking he's got to trek all the way back around the cauldron. Luckily, the cauldron cooked up a little shortcut for him. Sure, it ain't the most convenient path. biggest stink eye he's ever seen's waiting for him on the other side. Pops open on him like a pimple on a school day. And where there's one stink eye, there's always more. The cauldron's tenants all gather up to bid the kid a fond farewell. Kid don't shed any tears for him, though. With a good spyglass, you can still see the cauldron from the city, but all the fires died out. There's nothing left of it. It comes back looking like the inside of a chimney. The shard works like a charm. You can hear the monument's heartbeat again. We're all a little short on friends these days, so that's a welcome sight. They said the wild could never be tamed. If only they could see us now. Ain't saying much, but that's the greatest forge in all the city. Don't want that thing leaving your hands until you decide it's time. We spotted a pecker carrying a shard to Mount Zan. Can't rightly call Mount Zan the mountain anymore.
¿Hay alguien ahí? Hola, hola. ¿Hay alguien?
There's no more mountains now. There's no place left for the beasts of the wild to go. So they figure they'll hold out right here, on a slab of mountain the Calamity forgot. We only found their little lair because they found themselves a little shard. The creatures of the wild, they've been building a bastion of their own. Best thing we can do for those beasts right now is put them down quick and clean. It's a delicate situation. There's only one kind of mercy left these days. What the city left behind, those beasts took for themselves. Takes a lot of convincing, and our mortars have to do the talking. Look at it this way, it's either them or us. But if we win, they win too. Our bastion is everybody's game, not just ours. Unfortunately, there's no explaining that to a simple beast. Those beasts been hard at work fixing up the place. They've rounded up their survivors, just like we have. They've been searching for cores and shards, just like we have. Maybe they've thought about turning back, just like we have. We just really need their shard. Kid got it fair and square. That's the way. He's done what's best for him, don't you worry. Don't you worry. We'll all be better off once the Bastion is complete. The monument's getting better. Zolf sure did a number on it, though. Fixed that thing right up, didn't we? Made these goings-on a little livelier. The culture. A still life of old unwanted keepsakes. The brushers. They moved in shadows, but the Calamity found them. I've asked a lot of the kid, but this is something he's done on his own. A pike and a galleon mortar. Now that's some terror from the high seas. Suppose it's true a little song can put things in perspective. Just the occasion to crack open the distillery's private reserve. Just a couple shards left. The quarry's gotta have one, right? Imagine everything you'd need to build a city like Zealandia. It takes hard work and planning, and it also takes a burstone quarry. The Ura tunnels beneath the quarry must have softened the blow from the Calamity. We bought the whole place from the Ura on the cheap. Same goes for its natives, rattletails. Why would the Ura put up with those pests? Rattletails ain't the worst of it either, but more about that in a little bit. The quarry came with a lifetime supply of windbags. Windbags smaller than the naked eye can see are nesting in those rocks. Not only are these rocks a source of life, we found that the oldest ones remember things. The quarry's secrets ain't exactly obvious. They're recording everything, all the time, taking it all in. No wonder all those beasts were drawn to the quarry. The rocks were calling them. Keeping the quarry free from pests turned out to be a problem. Rattletails kept tunneling in to snack on windbags. Windbags tended to the rocks, so we had to keep the rattletails at bay. Now, why would the Ura sell off such a fascinating place? The Ura always were a superstitious lot. Might be the gods told them the quarry's bad news. On top of that, you know the Ura hated anything above ground. Might be the quarry just got too much sunshine for their liking. In any case, it's fair to say the quarry was a godsend. Those rocks, all polished to a mirror sheen. The largest ones, you know as cores. Single core could keep the lights on in an entire city district. The smaller ones, we call them shards. The shard's got a fraction of a core's power, enough to fuel a voyage to the motherland. Well, now the quarry's all dried up. These rocks are much too young to be of use. Remember how I said rattletails ain't the worst thing in the quarry? That honor goes to a beast we took to Colin, Sir Lunky. Massive thing stomped many of our boys. We just couldn't get rid of him. The only thing harder than the rocks and burst on quarry is Sir Lunky's head. We never could get stubborn old Lunky to leave the quarry alone. Then the kid hears a voice calling from down the hall. "Are you all right?" it says. It's him. I've come to warn you, he says. The Bastion is under siege. Let it fall. You should not go back. Kid hears him, but he ain't about to be deterred. If that's the way it is, he says, then I won't stop you. Because my countrymen will. Say what you will about Zulf, but he's a man of his word. His countrymen don't much care for pleasantries, though. Zulf showed him the way here, and here they came to take revenge. They got inside the Bastion and shut the door. Kid's gotta go in through the back. I should have told him sooner about all this. See, the Bastion's no mere safe haven. Big surprise, right? To make matters worse, seems the Ura took the girl. Unfortunately, they broke in, and they started digging their holes. Something wrong sprung out of those holes, and it's eating away at this place. We tried to stop them, but we needed help. The Ura think they got him. They're wrong. Somehow, some way, he sends those Ura packing. Problem is, it didn't matter. Zulf's plan worked. We find each other as the dust settles. Then I tell him why the Ura came. To get us back. For the Calamity. It was Caelandia's master plan to wipe the Ura out. But part of that plan backfired, didn't it? If only Zulf knew the whole story. What were we to think? They must have got her, taken her back to her rightful home. The shards can put this disease in remission, but there's only one cure. We need to finish what we started. The Mercy. The windbags ain't the only beast that drew a bad lot. The conscience. We haven't lost everything, long as we have that. Black rye is like hot pineapple chowder on a cold day. Brings back memories. It wasn't fixed, it was unbroken. Now all we need is one last shard. The Ura swooped down from the east. At least now we know the way. One last shard. It's all we need to put this mess behind us. And mother, what a mess it is. A mess like that could have only been made by hand. Zolf said the Calamity failed, and he's right. The Uras stand as living proof of that. At the heart of the Calamity was a simple idea. We never wanted to go to war again. Wanted to rule it out. We put a lot of folks against that problem. Scientists, soldiers, spies, even me. We sought solutions far beyond the city. We traveled near as far as the kid's going right now. Most of our efforts didn't bear fruit. Then there was a breakthrough, but it didn't come from one of our people. It came from an Ura, a brilliant young scientist named Ven. Ven worked for the Mancers, the sharpest knives in the city's drawer. With his help, the Mancers devised a way to seal the Ura tunnels shut in a flash. Just like that, every last Ura living in the Tassel terminals will be gone. This discovery was never to be used, they said, except as a last resort.
Constantino nunca se calla, ¿eh? Never, never. Creo que ya estoy acabándolo, el juego. Es súper corto, creo. Vamos, creo, ¿eh? Tampoco estoy seguro.
But Van didn't like being manipulated. He had plans of his own. He sabotaged the Mancer's little science project, set it to blow up in their faces. Imagine how Van must have felt when they finally made him pull that trigger. But remember, the Bastion can fix everything. We just need that shard. Too bad the Ura ain't exactly been willing to collaborate on that front. For now, Kid had little choice but to pick up where the Calamity left off. First things first, though. There's someone we figured needed rescuing. See ya. The Ura fell back, no doubt planning the next move, but we knew ours already. The city, its riches nothing but fragments now. The sanctuary. If we can build, we can rebuild. There's something we had to do before going after that last shard. Well, now it's personal, ain't it? It's personal for him, and it's personal for me. We get straight down to business. They never saw him coming. He gets his hands on the care package I sent him. It's a little something I've been fixing up in my spare time. The Ura found a way to keep the Calamity from spreading through Sultan's Hollow. They got their own security and everything. Pretty fancy, even. Still, they ain't used to having visitors around. They've got these conductors that are all what's keeping the place together. Those rocks are like tumors, the same kind they are implanted in the Bastion. Break enough of those things and the Calamity rocks slink back into the ground. Well, the Ura must be in a panic right about now. Kid's done using the Calamity's power for now, but the Ura ain't finished. They even sick their little rattletail pets on the kid. Those rodents are just a bump in the road. By now, every Ura from here to the terminals must know he's in town. Kid returns their greeting tenfold. They're easy targets. Those Calamity rocks must be eating that place apart from the inside. The Ura keep hanging on to that barricade. After all, their homeland's not much farther. Maybe they know they've lost this. Lost to a kid. Some of them are downright bewildered by what's happening. underestimated us. Had us pegged all wrong. Yes, our people caused the calamity, but here we are trying to fix it. Shame the opportunity for civilized discourse is over. Suppose old Zolf should have got to know us better. As the hour grows desperate, the Ura bring out their big guns. There's nothing standing in his way no more. He sees the Tazzle terminals loom large on the horizon. Way out there on the edge of the world, that's where he finally finds you. But it ain't like Prosper Bluff this time. Ain't nothing for this gal to sing about now. Zia, you weren't kidnapped. No, ma'am. You just had to see what happened to the Ura. To your own people. You had to see if everything Zolf wrote to you was true. Sure you didn't drop that twangy thing on purpose? Just to see if he'd go after you? They lost everything, didn't they? But they just keep on fighting like that's gonna bring it all back. The country, she's all to pieces now, but still looking good. With that mortar and hammer, he's like a one-man demolition squad. I don't need to see what happened to the Ura. I'm trying to undo it, remember? Ain't never letting go of his old friend with a sturdy grip like that. A sail hammer's only as strong as its spine. That's a strong spine. To master the musket, you gotta get rid of the recoil. That mortar's gonna leave a lasting impression. Once the kid gets that last shard from Zolf, it'll all be over. I can't hear him at all anymore. He's too far away. But he'll be all right. Got his lifelong friend to keep him company. Just needs to get that shard from Zolf and come on home. The Calamity hit the Tazzle terminals hardest of all. You know why Zolf went back there. The place was his home. All his old friends and family were there. Taken by the Calamity. Zolf must be there all alone, just waiting. You know what's funny? All we can do is sit and talk. Well, all of us are waiting for a kid. Look around. There's not much left to do here in the Bastion, I'm afraid. So why not tell each other stories to pass the time, right? But Zia, there's another reason I've been telling you all this. There's something I want you to understand. When the kid brings back that shard, the Bastion will be complete. This disease the Earth planted here will go away. What happens to Zolf will no longer matter. Zealandia will be whole again. Everyone will be all right. Everything will be back to normal. Problem is, we'll all be gone. Oh, we're not gonna die. It's more like all of this will just stop. Things will go back to the way they used to be. That's the power of the Bastion. This whole place is a living record of the times before the Calamity. The way things were before this story. You be your old self again. Think of all those times that didn't go your way. Life's little setbacks. Imagine if you could have another go at them. No mistakes. Anyone you've ever hurt. You follow me? Everything you've ever done, you could do it over. And wouldn't that be grand? Wouldn't you agree? Well, I guess there's nothing more to say. Who am I kidding? Look. There's something else. A confession. How come I know so much about the Bastion? Well, I designed the place, but that's beside the point. There's one problem with a place that sets things back to a bygone time. You can't test it. So you're probably wondering if the calamity happened already. What's to stop it from happening again after the Bastion does its thing? The answer is... I don't know. You're wondering if there ain't some other way out of this mess. It's all right. I can tell. But why would you even want another way? Unless you wanted to stay here with us. Well, that's sweet and all, but I don't know if I can stick around. The weight of the calamity. It's on our shoulders. We can't just let it go. Bastion does have another function, strictly speaking. If ever the monument blew out and we couldn't repair it, we could still evacuate. First, we'd round up as many folks as we could carry. Next, we'd detonate the cores, and we'd take off away from here. Of course, that would mean no going back. Ever. But then again, that way all of us could leave the city. Together. You know, Zolf and his countrymen won't be giving up that shard without a fight, don't you?
Venga, anda. Se está haciendo pesadico el juego, pero lo estoy haciendo del tirón, ¿sabes? Así ya me lo termino de pasar. De una.
Zolf and the Ura, all they want now is to see the Bastion fall. Zolf dedicated his life to a lasting peace between the Ura and Calamidad. He can't have imagined the city would try to wipe the Ura out. Zolf ain't lost every shred of decency though, has he? He tried to warn you about his plans. He tried to warn the kid. For Zolf, this ain't a personal matter. It ain't a simple matter of pride either. One thing's for sure, the Ura can't be happy that the kid followed Zolf all the way home.
Venga, no lo vamos a llevar.
I can see it now. The kid in one corner, and Zolf in the other. Ain't much of a fight.
Bueno.
Don't you worry, though. Once the Bastion's restored, it'll all be all right. You ain't still thinking about that whole leaving the city thing, are you?
I set my sail, fly, the wind it will take me back to my home, sweet home. Lie on my back, clouds are making way for me. I'm coming home, sweet home. I see your star, you left it burning for me. Mother, I'm here. Eyes open wide, feel your heart and it's glowing. I'm welcome home.
Kid's probably dealt with Zolf by now. He reminds me of myself when I was his age. I ever tell you about those days? Hey, kid. Get up, kid. Come on, that ain't funny. I say get up. That's more like it. Now, set that shard into the monument there. Then we'll talk. The Bastion. It's finally finished. Now, there's something I want you to see. Welcome to the heart of the Bastion. I ain't one for long goodbyes, so here's the deal. Zia and I figure you done the heavy lifting, so you get to do the honors. We can tell you how to work this thing if you got any questions. Hey, kid. You can undo the calamity here and now. Go on, kid. And before I forget, thank you. Always wondered what the motherland was like. Not that it matters anymore. Zolf only brought more ruin to the Ura. No wonder they didn't take kindly to him. You've got one thing left to do, so you hang on to that badge. Besides, you earned it. Don't let anything you've done get to you. You can save all those creatures here and now.
You made it. So, let's see. You can either prevent the calamity, or stick around with me and Rex. I'd hate to be in your shoes. If I could be any place I wanted, I'd stay right here. We could go anywhere in the world. Zolf tried to talk me into joining him. I tried to talk him out of it. I guess we both failed. When I finally found my people, I told them we could help. They just took me for a traitor. Glad you showed up. Any moment I'd want to live again happened after the calamity, not before. Ready to get this over with?
Just go with your gut. You'll do the right thing.
No sé qué hacer. Restauración. Inicia el protocolo de restauración de Bastion. Precaución. Este proceso regresará a un estado del mundo anterior y es irreversible. Utilizar únicamente siguiendo las indicaciones. Y evacuación. Inicia el protocolo de evacuación de Bastion. Este proceso provocará daños irreparables en los receptáculos del núcleo y desactivará el protocolo de restauración. Evacuación. Toma por culo.
Oh, mother. And here I figured you'd had enough of me by now. You could have undone the calamity itself. But instead you want to stay in a world like this. I gotta admit, kid, I ain't yet put much thought in that idea of carrying on with you here. We can't go back no more, but I suppose we could go wherever we please. And if anyone's left out there, I sure would like to see the look in their faces when we dock this thing right on that doorstep. Getting ahead of myself, though. I'm gonna need a first mate. What do you say?
I set myself fly, the wind will take me back to my home, sweet.
Bueno, está entretenido. Un poco repetitivo. Pero está guay. La banda sonora está muy chula. Así que nada, chavales, espero que os haya gustado este long play y nada, nos vemos en el siguiente juego. Hasta luego.